I'm clearly going to need to modify that. Oh my gosh. Hello, hello. Well, first off, let me say welcome to the stream. If you're new here, we're going to be working on some requests for gender bent artwork because you know what? It's how I got my start as as an artist, and I want to try to return to it a little bit here today. And also because, hey, it's a great way to get people interested in my art, I guess. I don't know. I haven't really thought too much through with that. But hi, if you're new here, welcome. My name is Beatrix Bunny. I'm a taxidermy jackalope brought to life by the power of love and slightly mad science. I do variety streams with a focus on roguelikes, digital artwork, and tabletop RPGs. So if you're interested in any of those, I hope you'll stick around. This is my co-host channel mascot, Francisco. Say hi to the folks, Francisco. And like I said, today we are working on some requested gender bender artworks from VTubers on Twitter. So we got a lot of requests, and I'll be honest, I don't necessarily have an equal amount of inspiration for every single request that I got. So I'm going to start off everyone with a certain baseline level, and then from there try to, however much I have an idea for how this would look, I will try and work with that. And we're going to try and go roughly in chronological order of when I got these, since some of these, well, the posts kind of get really scrambled. But before all of that, Melancholia, I have something that you need to know, and that is that you. Oh, uh-oh, how did I get back over here? Uh-oh, that's no good. I scrambled some of my things around, so I gotta reassess these. You can call me Mel or Melon. All right. Well, Mel, is something that you should know, and that is that you, that's right, you are my little pug champ, and no one can change that. You're scared? Oh, I don't know. Why should you be scared? Unfortunately, the Zoom is a little borked now, so I'm going to need to change that before I continue with some of the other things, I think. But I can fix that. I'll do that real quick before I get started, since otherwise it's gonna be a little messy. Let's record this as, let's see, do I have anything set for, do I have anything set for this button? Let's see. Okay, it looks like I don't. Awesome. Also, hello, Sarah. Hope you're doing well. Oh, that's a very cute blush. I'm Melancholia, but you can call me Mel or Melon. I go by she, they, dumbass, and my favorite color is purple. I'm glad to have caught a stream. Well, I'm glad to have you here. Nice to meet you. All right, so, oh, also, we're gonna need some music to do this too. So my apologies, Mel. It might be a little bit until I get to yours, but at the very least, by that point, I'll be all warmed up. This is probably going to be like a multi-stream affair by that point, too, I should say. Let me take a quick look at your ref, though, while I'm here. Interesting. So, it looks like you kind of have what I would colloquially call Rayman limbs. Is that accurate? Interesting. First on our hit list is going to be Cheshire Jack. a Cheshire Cat themed VTuber. So he left me with two different references to choose from. I'm going to try to work at least a little bit with both of them. Unfortunately, it's a little borked because the other ref, of course, is a cat, which, well, I did a little bit of research since I had not one but two different people with cats for models show up to this offer, and I was thinking, okay, well, I don't want to do like the lazy cartoon thing of like, okay, I'm gonna show that this is a female cat by like giving it eyelashes or weird Don Bluth female animal proportions or anything like that. So I'm gonna stick with roughly what I know to be the actual physiological differences, which means basically it's gonna look a lot like this, except with thinner face and overall smaller proportions. So basically, no difference to like a not cat owning person. Your limbs can be anything. Oh? Anything you say. Hmm? Hmm. Alright, so let's see. What do I want to start off here? I want to start with the human or the cat. I am such a freaking mess when it comes to making decisions. I am going to turn to my big ol' bag of dice here. Evens will start with human. That's an odd. Okay. We drawn cats today. Let's lower the opacity of both of these so I can see what I'm drawing a little clearer. I think we'll try and set it up so, like, up here will be cat head, then down here will be human bust. Okay. Cats. Can't live with them, can't live without them. But how you doing today, Mel? It's nice to meet ya. Canonically, I'm formed from space dust and stuff, so I can have a max of 4 arms and floating hands, which is the usual. I have a fan art of having cute tentacle arms. Cute. Any leggies will do, like human, octopus, and spiders. Long story short, I'm a shapeshifter, aka artistic interpretation freedom. I take way too long to type, but I'm doing very well. Hey, no problem. I'm also very verbose, which is why I chose to be a streamer, so that way I can talk and then also not have to actually worry about taking forever to say. At least, okay, I can't say taking forever because that's not true. I still take forever. Taking as much of a forever. An increased amount of forever. Okay, so let's see. What kind of cat is a Cheshire Cat exactly? Like, what's it based off of here? British short hair, probably. Okay, so we can get a reference pretty easily. Nope, go back. Okay, give me a female British short hair cat. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Boo boo doo boo doo boo doo boo boo doo. Oh, these are excellent cat. This is an excellent shape of cat, I have got to say. You'll do. Okay, we have our reference here. say hello to Janie, a female British short-hair cat in a pet rescue program. Thank you for modeling for us today, Janie. You'll be very helpful. Cheshire is round in nature with round head, short hair, so very British short hair energy. So let's see. Looks like the main thing is we're not going to see as much of the cheek fluff. This is something that I actually learned first with our own cat. For anyone who's new, we have a cat son. His name is Totoro. Originally, we named him Totoro because he had a pattern that looked like the big Totoro in, you know, the movie My Neighbor Totoro. But while he was really sleepy when we first met him, it turns out that was just because he was high off of his ass because, like, just the day before, he had had a surgery to fix part of his eyelid and was still coming down from the pain medicine on that. But while he ended up being way too active to have the same personality of the very sleepy big Totoro, we did find he still suited his name quite well, because what he ended up doing, like, one of his favorite ways to show affection is if you are any more than 90 degrees in terms of your position, like if you are sat down, reclining even slightly, he will come and he will climb up on top of you. So he'll start making biscuits and he'll just have a big ol' purring engine running, and he'll take a nap on your stomach. So, like, he's not exactly in the sense of, like, energy-wise, but he does still do the, like, iconic little girl first meeting Totoro in the movie scene, except you're the Totoro. I'm kinda like that. You'll also find Totoro as one of the emotes we have here, which also has a fun little interaction on screen. Oh, ended up falling a little short there, but there he is. Alright, so I'm noticing that for Cheshire Jack, he has these sort of kind of lynx. I would think these would be like lynx-shaped ears. They've got that really long kind of... I imagine a lynx ear is like the cat equivalent of an elf ear, you know? Very long, very iconic and angular. I think we can lengthen those. But the reason I originally learned about the physiology difference in cats is because we don't know when exactly Totoro was neutered, but it looks like he was likely neutered a little late, because you can still see he has the developments of like these pudgy little floof cheeks. So like he's like he probably was happening sometime in the cat equivalent of like adolescence for him. He was just starting to go through cat puberty, and then the neutering was like, nope, no. Hey Raven, welcome. How you doing today? Alright, so then we've got the cat nose, a very, very important feature on any cat. Imagine a cat not having something that you could boop the snoot of. Absolutely criminal. Oh, while I remember also, if anyone, first off, if anyone wants to hang out during these streams, I do them, oh, excuse me, in voice call of the Discord server. You can find that with the exclamation socials link. And also, if anyone finds anything clip-worthy on stream, for the month of September, you can enter the clipping contest to win the Crown of Clipping Champions and also get a free month's subscription if you're in the top 3. Every cat snoot is boopable, no exceptions. You're so right. You're so right, and you should say it. Also, hey, Kaze, how's it going? Ow. Thank you for the hydrate. I knew today was going to be a big day of arting, so I treated myself. There's a little cafe right on the next block over from where we live, so I walked out there. I got myself a breakfast burrito today. It was really nice. I got a raspberry lemonade, which I'm gonna be sucking the ice water from for a while. How are you doing today, Kaze? We're doing these in order of when I received them, so after Cheshire Jack's, I think I recall the timeline right, yours would be next. Pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, chronologically, that's next. You're tired as heck because it's warm. You're not much of a summer person? Well, I mean, I'm not really either. I got that very pale person, melts in the sunlight gene, but at the very least, it does also give me some pretty sweet freckles that I'm pretty happy with, I gotta say. Alright. Okay, so mouth. Mouth is kind of a... It does still get to the cat mouth shape, but it kinda takes its time getting there. But hey, you know, good things come to those that wait, like cat mouths. Let's keep it nice and wide. I'm a big proponent of monster girls, even if they are not in the slight bit humanoid, so gotta keep the monstrousness, we're just toning down the masculinity of the cat look. It's nice to meet so many new people, though. To give you the overview, if you missed the intro, hi, I'm B. I like to do variety streaming with a focus on roguelikes, digital artwork, and tabletop RPGs. I am a taxidermy jackalope brought to life by the power of love and, well, slightly mad science. This is my co-host, Francisco. And we're bending genders. We're gendin' benders. Get the basic outline of this shape first. The nice thing about Cheshire cats, for the sake of me drawing them, is that they can kind of just fade into nothingness, so I can probably get away with just doing the cat equivalent of a bust shot for that one too. So, what as someone who really likes to talk with people during stream, what should I know about y'all? Like, I'm just getting to meet y'all for the first time. Tell me about yourself. I will match you beat per beat with any kind of intro y'all do. But you know what? I'm allowed to be a little lazy with this since it's a sketch layer. Let's get symmetry since it's basically symmetrical for the actual design here. So let's start with this nice big center eye. There we go. Like, from what I know so far, Melancholia is a huge fan of Monster Girls, so we have that in common. And speaking of common, I can presume that Kaze, you're a big fan of Kamen Rider, so we've got that in common. We have common in common. I cracked myself up. Alright, let's see, now we want these big ol' eyes. Oh. Just look at this goth motherfucker. This goth motherfucker put eyeliner on his cat Sona. Okay, well, if he put eyeliner on the base inspiration for this design's cat Sona, we'll have to do the same, you know? Now for eyes, we're gonna go a little wider. Not too much wider. A little wider in shape. The mouth is gonna look pretty silly for a little while, but we'll get there. I wonder if I should try to sketch out the ideas for all of these first, or if I should just try to do one at a time. I should probably try and limit it to one finish, do another finish. Either way, I'm going to be working on this for a while, which is not something that I mind in the slightest. I'll do my best not to derail the whole conversation with Toku Talk. Feel free. Like, honestly, some of the coolest people I've met in the VTuber space I've got into through talking about shit like that. Fun fact about you is that you are French-Canadian. Yes, that's a fun fact, and your fiancé and future PNG tuber is either the himbo embodiment of milk, or he's just a milkman and is called the legendary milkman, or Milk for short. That is fantastic. I am very curious, though. What makes someone embody the qualities of milk, outside of presumably being either very white or, like, very, kind of, like, slightly off-white? How does one become an embodiment of milk? Also, funnily enough, my partner as well, well, one of my partners, the one that I am engaged to at least, when he does show up for VTubing, for, like, shared things, he's a tooth fairy for his model. The tooth fairy, of course, being the smaller and friendlier version of the bone fairy. Bone fairy is what happens when a tooth fairy reaches approximately, like, 100 years and a day worth of age. The bone fairy is not as pretty. Your fiancé is Elseworlds Superman? Maybe. Can't say I'm familiar with much in the way of soups. Soups or mans. Soups or mans. That would be a fun character to have as, like, one of the C-grade heroes in the DC canon. Soup or man. His only power is that he can transform into either a soup or back into his human form. Everyone constantly mistakes him for Superman because of the name, and as a result, he ends up having to deal with Superman-level threats and rogues. Oh. Actually, that idea would probably work. Fuck. I kind of love Superman. I'm gonna have to do something with that now, aren't I? I only know this from wiki crawling, but there's a version of soups called the Milkman. Oh. I would say when I first think of uh, the Milkman, I think of the guy from the first Psychonauts game. Oh boy, now we get to do a whole bunch of little fangies. I love drawing things like this. I don't know why, it is just one of the most fun ways I can draw teeth. Just like little zigzag. Let's have these ones be a little longer, maybe. You live in the bagged milk part of Canada. Oh! We get 4-liter, 1-gallon milk bags split into 3 bags. Milk can go through roughly 2 of those bags a day. Guess the embodiment of milk would be strong, chill, nice. I have nice tatas. It's not a hard task for you to draw. I feel that struggle though. My fiance also is like the biggest consumer of milk in the household. I don't know how he drinks as much of it as he does. Oh, but my cat son Totoro has just arrived. He gave me a couple of nice long blinks, so I'm gonna allow him up on my lap. Yeah, hello. You want to come up? You can come up if you want. As long as you don't try to bite my arm. Ah! Huh? You want to come up? You're allowed if you like. No? You don't want? Okay. Your choice. Also, soup. Oh, you do. Make up your mind, son. Do you want up or not? Mommy's working right now, so I can't afford to just... Oh god, your tongue is so sharp. You want to come up? You can come up if you want. This boy. What? Do you want to come up? Yes? Totoro, do you want to come up? It's a very simple question. Hey, no. What did I say? No bitey. Okay. Your fiance is the only one going through all that milk? Pretty much. Like, on rare occasions, I might try and cook something that needs milk. Like, I would say the most I drink milk normally was probably be through making mac and cheese. But beyond that, I don't know. I just don't really drink it nearly as much anymore. As a lactose-intolerant person, you're confused and astounded by the amount of milk we go through in a day. You know, the funny thing is, while he's not lactose-intolerant, he is lactose-sensitive. So, like, he actively and very consistently suffers, like, tummy troubles because of all of this milk, and he still just keeps having it. I don't know. I don't know sometimes what to do with him. Alright. So that's 5. Okay, we need one more set kind of up here. Yeah. Lactose intolerance is just your body challenging you to eat as much cheese as possible, and I'm damn well going to engage in that fight. You know what? Fair. Alright, let's see. What's a fun fact I can match that with? Uh hmm. Hmm. I think we need to move these a little bit before I do this. There we go. That's a little more centered. Fun fact about where I live. Fun fact, we moved recently, and the last place we lived was sort of locally famous because the entire sewer system of that street blew up. And so we were able to get, for the first couple of years, pretty cheap rent. Is that a fun fact? Guess it was a convenient fact, if nothing else. Okay, let's see. I think Cheshire also has a full body looking. Yeah, let's see. See some. I've lived in Japan. I studied abroad over there. That could also be a fun fact, I suppose. Alright, so let's see. Oh. Yes, Totoro? Are you back? Are you back? What is it? Yeah. As long as the streets didn't smell too bad. No, you were alright. So who's blowing up? Is this an NY or nearby? No. Actually, well, I mean, I guess it depends on what your definition of nearby is. Like, within a couple of states, sure. Yes, Totoro? You want up? You want up, son? The things I do for this boy. Are you coming up, or are you staying down? Don't lick the cord, son. That's electric. Wookie, wookie, wookie. No bites. I told you. No bites. I would say from my understanding of nearby, I wouldn't call it nearby anyway. Alright, so let's see. Let's turn off the ruler here for now. So I think we're gonna kind of go for... Oh, wrong brush. I kind of go for like a lot of cats do this fun thing where they'll just decide that they want to be a bird and sit on your shoulder. So I think that's what we're probably gonna do for this pick. Like, gonna have our cat version sort of perched on the shoulder of the human part of the art. Let's see. What's another fun fact I can throw out? Oh, I was born within a day, which actually, given the time differences between Japan and where I live, that might have been on the same day for me. But I was born within a day of my favorite Kamen Rider, Philip. I'm sort of basic, admittedly. I have only, for the most part, seen a lot of Heisei or Neo Heisei riders, and some of the Reiwa riders. I have not really sat down to watch the original Showa riders, but I really should one of these days. But yeah, Philip is my favorite because I look at that show and it just, the sheer amount of gay energy between the main characters makes it impossible for me to read it as anything but the story of a bisexual disaster detective and his incredibly autistic gay boyfriend. You started with Decade and haven't finished a single series before Decade. Honestly, I think that's fair. I am admittedly not the most active fan. I need to get back into series, but I'm also kind of a snob for visual effect quality, and a lot of the older ones, I just kind of worry that these are not gonna hold up nearly as well as I would like. Oh, I just noticed the cat has human fingers. Oh, oh, that's... Ooh, that's a look. Yes, Totoro? But let's see, I have seen... Totoro, are you gonna... If you're gonna jump up, then jump up. I have seen Double O's Forze Wizard. Enough of Gaim to know it's not really my thing. Yes, Totoro, do you want to come up? I've seen Ghost, Xaid, Drive. Yes, Totoro? Totoro, are you coming up or not? A lot of Build 01 and I think that's all of the ones that I've seen a decent chunk of. The fact that the costumes are terrible is part of the charm of the older series, yeah. No, one of the things that I should do is I want to, like... Oh, the boy has hopped up on the back of the chair. He is now engaged in what I like to call parrot posing. Yes, hello. Hello, Totoro. You gonna watch me art? Probably not, but it's nice for me to imagine that you will. You gonna let mommy live in that nice little fantasy? Hmm? As long as he doesn't try and bite me, and doesn't try and climb on the keyboard or the desktop itself, he's allowed up on here with me. No, that doesn't quite look right. Oh, hello, yes. One of the things I want to do, though, is I really want to see the newest movie that they made. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, careful, son. The movie they made not too long ago of the remake of the first Kamen Rider. I really want to see that, but I was thinking maybe I should try and like maybe for like one of my community's view parties, go through the original series of that the Common Rider it's based off of to see, okay, how far have we come with this, you know? You appreciate the newer series of the Showa, even if you haven't watched much of Amazons and only watched the first episode of Black Sun an hour ago. Also, where do you watch yours? I I know that I could do it on Kiss Asian, but I'm also kind of sus of how much how many pop-ups I have to close every time I go there. Fortunately, we don't have to get the cat proportions too correct because the Cheshire Cat's kind of a fucked up cat. The site you use mostly is Drama Nice, a lot less sus than Kiss Asian. I'm gonna have to make note of that. Let's see. Let me also see if I can think of another fun fact I can share for you, Mel. Uh, how about I was for, gosh, was it 2 years? 2 or 3 years, I was in a amateur Japanese idol group. That's kind of fun. The fun part of this outfit is that it works completely well for both the mask and femme. Oh, I was in Japan for just about a year. Funnily enough, the J-pop amateur idol group, though, that was actually a good few years after I got back. Maybe around, like, might have even been like 5 or 6 years after. No, uh, probably closer to 4 or 3. But yeah, I studied at Waseda Daigaku. Waseda's kind of comparable to like Ivy League in the States, so that was honestly a real privilege. I do wish, though, that I had been in a better place in terms of mental health when I had studied there, so I could have actually, like, taken advantage of the opportunities a little better. That's one of the regrets that I hope to someday go back there to fix. In that mood. I was in a pretty bad place when I did my semester abroad in Iceland. Yeah. I think if I had made a few better organizational life choices, I would have also done, like, a lot better. But I think the main thing was I was still very... I was still very, like, low-key depressed and mismanaged in my life because I hadn't really realized that I have a lot of issues, and a lot of them connect back to just, hey, dummy, you're trans. You should probably do something with this. Gotta stop sitting on this. How many fingers does this cat have? You're looking at... Oh, yeah, that's 5. That's fully just a human hand. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, well... God, this cat has yaoi hands. Oh, no. I thought I left those behind in the Audis. Let's see, got... Oh, just 2 joints, it looks like, per finger? Okay. 1 joint. 2 joint. Yaoi hands are forever. They go on forever, I can tell you that much. What the heck? How did this moisture get on? Ah, gotta go get something to dry this out. Must have spilled some water on my tablet. No harm done. Okay. Alright. So let's, I think, have the thumb coming over from behind, so that is properly gripping the shoulder. You know, there's a lot of things that you can do to make a cat very unnerving to look at, but I think giving a cat human hands is definitely pretty high up there. I would not trust my cat son with human hands for a second. Cat ism a Bim Bam bit. Oh no. I remember that one too. I would not trust cat with human hands or dog with human face. Both of those are both equally terrible mental experiences. Those hands are fucking huge. It was the other way around. I don't even listen to Mabim. I'm just constantly subjected to it because my friends love it. That's a mark of true homie-ship, though. Just, I don't know what this is. I don't really want to know what this is. I'm like ambivalent to listening to this thing, but you keep going on. You just go off buds. You do you, Gib. I'm glad you love it. That's a good spirit to take. What's everyone up to this week? Or just in general? My partner is got next week at least partially off from work, so we're trying to figure out things to do. I think this thumb actually has to be up front, unfortunately. That probably works for what I'm going for here. Let's make it hang a little lower. That should work. It's all fun and games with the sketch layer, but then when it comes to line art, oh boy, that's always going to be rough. So we got this kind of nose roughly. Let's see. Those lines there to give it a little more definition. Still also need to think of what I'm going to be doing for some of these other designs. Like, I don't know if Mel's still hanging out, lurking and chilling, but gotta figure out what to do with the Rayman book. Oh, speaking of, hey! Hope you hang in well. I think I'm sort of leaning towards, for Kaze's, I'm sort of leaning towards trying to do a more vintage style of the female rider looks. Maybe kind of like try and draw a little bit from Lightning Tackle. I think she was one of the earliest. We'll see, I guess. Gotta make sure we give them a nice big shit-eating grin. And make me floaty or give me limbs, it's all up to you. Just excited to see the result. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I don't know how long it will take me to get to said result, but hopefully not too long. Looks a little thicker, maybe. This, yeah, I think this is where I'll put some of the color. I definitely want to at least give everyone a solid line art look. And then after that, if there, for some of the designs at least, if there's like inspiration for me to go even further beyond and do like, I don't know, a full body, or at the very least more than just what's in the refs, then we'll see. We'll see what I do. As a lady face with big ol' thick eyebrows, I really appreciate the opportunity to give other lady faces real big thick eyebrows. It's one of the nice things that I have in common as an Italian with my Latina friends. We all got thick eyebrows. A little higher, maybe. Yeah, it should do. I think I always end up going a little harder on femme designs because I just like ladies, man. Kind of giving her like a DreamWorks expression. Soften this brow a little bit. I won't lie though, I'm actually kind of a little nervous for this week. I'm still in the process of writing the next story arc for the every other week Deadlands campaign that I run for tabletop. But I also have to consider there's an idea I have on the horizon for a talk show that I really want to do, but that means I'm going to need to get some backgrounds, a set made for the talk show, you know? And then after that, let's see, let's keep these eyes relatively narrow. Maybe we make the eyes a little more of a droopy look to them. And then also on Wednesday, I am playing a game that I'm a little nervous about. Despite being something of a weenie for it, I do really enjoy horror stuff. And I found a new horror game demo that looks pretty spooky by my standard. And I'm going to be trying to play through it. It's really interesting, though, because, like, most of the game has this very retro kind of 8 or maybe 16-bit graphic look, but then they're interspersed with these, like, really cinematic quality cutscenes with, like, live-action actors. So it's, like, mixed full-motion video and the 8-bit, and, like, I don't want to oversell it, but the monsters do kind of get to me a little bit for that one. I'm interested to see how I handle that, I guess. I don't think it's gonna be well, but I'm interested in seeing. Yeah, I'm liking this eye shape so far. It's giving me big, uh, it's giving me big, I guess big titty goth vibes, which, you know what? Honestly, primo stuff. I'm a, I'm a big fan of big titty goths as someone who's casually like goth light in at least in personality, if nothing else. Uh, who would aspire perhaps to someday be big titty as well. I don't know, I'm a big fan. Okay, time to pick another album to listen to. This one. Yeah, big titty gang. Big titty girl gang, big titty goth gang. There's so many big titty gangs to be a fan of. I'm not sure also, honestly, how much more, if at all, I can expect my HRT to go with that for me. Because I right now I'm hovering around like B cups, which, you know, they look okay on me, but I still kind of wonder, could I go further without having to get without having to get the big titty surgery? Gonna have We're gonna have Cheshire Jackie looking at her cat self. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like how these eyes are coming out. Give her a little under eye bag too, because that's hot. It's hot, it's goth. It's exhausting. I think I have had, like, near permanent eye bags since I was a teenager. I am always so tired. But you know what? It's a good look. Or I try and keep telling myself that. Have the ear out over here. Oop. And then go up here. And honestly, this hairstyle kind of really works for either. I don't know if I necessarily need to change it that much. I think one thing I will change at least, though, is, like, the rectangle glasses, they can work, but they also really emphasize the angularity. I think we're gonna want to go with something a little more round. So let's see. Maybe, like, some nice half moons? Maybe it's on a separate layer to make cleaning up easier. Oh, there we go. The best way is to massage the booba every day with some lotion that improves skin elasticity, as well as doing some muscle exercises to your chest, back, and shoulders. I did not realize that you were so well versed in the booba growing arts. Didn't realize I had an expert. I mean, I could do the full round glasses. Those feel like they might be a bit much, though. The hair a bit of a silky wave. Hmm. Like, a lot of people who don't wear glasses, I think, don't realize it as, oh, wait, hold on. You know what I could do? Since this is a cat, let's do cat's eye glasses. That's gonna be fun. A lot of people, though, who don't wear glasses don't really realize just how much they affect how your whole face ends up looking. Like, it's really such a dramatic change. Let's see, do we go totally around? Yeah, I think we can go totally around. I mean, I am a sucker for a pun, and I have to. Like, a cat person with cat's eye glasses. I have to. It's right there for me. I would be a disgrace to my pun-enjoying ancestors if I did not partake in the opportunity. It's sort of like this gentle curve with cat's eyeglasses. Kinda matches the eyeliner aesthetic of the cat. It does! I hadn't even thought about that, but that's a very good point. Let's see, I think the last time I checked the Twitter post, there is like around, I think, 14 or 15 people that submitted things. So I'm gonna try and do at least this level of detail with all of the people that submitted, and then for the ones that really speak to me, and or the people that like show up on stream, I think like I don't want to play favorites, but it's my stream, I'm allowed to. I think for the people that do actually show up to stream to watch these, I'm probably going to try and go a little further. Or just like if I really enjoy the look. Because there was one that I saw and I immediately had this mental image from their reference picture of what I wanted to do. And that's one I'm definitely going to try and do a full body for. Or at the very least, a much fuller body. There was someone, I don't remember his name at the moment, but he is a self-described femboy kind of fantasy prince vibe. And I looked at that and I thought, huh, you know, that is certainly one of the kinds of androgyny, but what if I just went the other way? What if I just drew her as like a super, super beefy muscle babe, you know? I feel that, like, when people suggest games or want to help out in a game, I do a dumb, so I allow backseating sometimes. Usually take my frequenters' advice first. Easier, I think, for frames like this, for me to build up the shape first and then winnow it back a little bit into something more manageable. Yeah, like, look, I don't give myself too many occasions to draw big buff ladies, but I have already said this before, I'm very gay. I'm a very gay woman who loves girls, and somehow has never actually had a female identifying partner. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Hey, Absurd Bird. Welcome, welcome. How you doing today? Yeah, big ol' cat eyes. Doing well, I'm glad to hear that. I always feel a little bad about saying this, but one of my current partners is uh, like just really starting to get to a position in their life where they can like hierarchy of needs, start thinking about things like gender identity. And part of me worries that like I might be like trying to subconsciously push them towards being femme because I just want to date girl. And I always feel kind of bad about that. Like obviously at the end of the day, it's their gender, it's their choice. No one gets to decide that except them. And I'm still gonna care about them, whatever gender they end up choosing, or whatever lack of a gender they end up choosing, since that's also an option. It's also a wild choice of topic for me to have with potentially a bunch of people who have never seen these streams before. What's in a gender, anyhow? Oh, I think it's the final evolution of that ghost poison Pokemon. I feel that way with my androgyny because of my very straight man fiance. So like you're worried that, or like your fiance is kind of worried that he might be like influencing you one way or the other. Hmm. I think I can do this a little better. Happens if I were to do it this way. Ooh, ooh. Oh yeah, that does actually kind of work. Nice baked in symmetry. Wrong tool and wrong color. Hmm. So it does look now like we are a little too far apart. Oh, oh. Eh, that looks okay. Remember, It's more like I've explained that I plan on keeping my lady bits, but that I like being referred to in male or androgynous pronouns, so instead of calling me sweetie, he calls me dude now. Remember, one excuse I'd clung to for a long time was worrying I'd only wanted to trans my gender because of my then partner's interests. Hmm. Yeah, it's tough. And as you might have imagined from all of the things I've been talking about so far, I don't have an answer. uh, if you do have an answer, please write in. I feel like I have a little bit of a goal every time I draw gender bending art of like, maybe, maybe this one will awaken something in someone. I know I started to first really like experience gender feels looking at TG artwork, so who knows, like, maybe I can make someone feel something. That'd be kind of cool. The only answer is to be true to yourself somehow. Oh, also, I forgot to ask Melancholia, but I noticed that emote that you've been using. I recognize that VTuber. I don't think I've personally followed them, but aren't they a part of the iDolls group? I know I follow at least some of the members from that. I haven't really seen any of like the collabs or whatever they do. I also follow Disco Disco Devil Girl, who is also a follower of them. It's one of the 4 idols. Okay. I know, so I recognize her. I remember that there is, I think, a French VTuber who's one of them. I know of Honeybee Sprinkles. And can't remember what the 4th one is like, but you're officially Grogda's and Disco. Oh, you officiated their wedding at one point. Wow. Cool. I didn't know you were a marriage officiant. Good to know. If I ever need to get wedding disco, no, not disco wedding, digital weddings, I will keep that in mind. Ragda, Nakri, Honey, and Pepper. That was the one I was forgetting. All right, so chat. Here's the question: how big we making these titties? What are we thinking for titties while I start doing the general outline for the hair? These to make this a little easier for me to see. I think I'm gonna have to go further away from the head here. Judging by the ref, I'd say a nice broad set of titties. Yeah, like, even in the ref, I feel like the artwork was kind of intended to create a sense of big titty energy. It's also, here's a tip for any of the fellas watching. If you want to know something that will attract women, Uh, get yourself a big ol' set of titties, like just huge pecs. They don't even have to be female presenting titties, just like big titty, you know? Big titty, good titty. Small titty, good titty too. Titty in general, good. All titty good. Ooh, you know what I think I'm gonna do here is sort of do like an undercut where this bit will be shaved and then we'll have a little tuft like hanging off to the side here. I think that would look cool. Boy, I do not envy Future Bee, who's gonna have to convert this sketch into line art layers. Doo 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 doo. Doo 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 doo. Doo 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 doo. Doo 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 doo. Yeah. Doo doo. Have it kind of overlapping a little bit with the claw. Because, you know what? That's a whole lot of cat. That's a whole lot of a cat with human hands that I don't know how comfortable I am with the energy I've created in the studio here tonight. I mean, honestly, the outfit really doesn't need to change all that much, if at all. You haven't eaten yet? Oh my gosh. Mel, you have foolishly activated my mom friend instincts. Go eat. Go get yourself a meal right now. Don't make me scold you, young man. I'll do it if I have to. Uh, good. Let's see. I want to do this. Do I want to keep it a vest? Could make it like corset or a bustier. Also, this is the wrong layer. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. I hear corset, so I ran back to say def a corset look with the booba cuff thingies. Okay. Yeah, then we're gonna need to raise this up. You raise me up so I can draw big titties. You raise me up to make my boobs look great. They are huge when I am wearing boning. You raise tits up to be more than they can be. You can clip it too if you want, Darth. Also, hey, Darth, how's it going? Maybe Twitch will decide that I can mark things. Nope, still can't mark things. Cool, 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 cool. Alright, well, I guess I'll have to clip it and just figure out, okay, where was this clip? Let's try and get the actual thing out. How you doing today, Darth? Hope you're having a good day at work, or at least a tolerable one. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. I'm glad to hear you're having a good day then. Of course, gotta remember the boning bits. Remember, chat, if you are in the market for corsets, you gotta make sure that they bone down real good. If they don't, you're not gonna get any kind of support. Oh, sounds like Epitome's home. Welcome home. You mean a medieval torture device? I don't know. Have you ever worn one? Oh, thanks, Mel. Let's see. What do we want to have on over this? By the way, Mel, that does mean if you submit it into the Discord server, you can get yourself entered to win a subscription and the crown of clipping. Let's see. Let's do the real short sleeves, like the real short ones, the ones that only go like that long. Obviously, we're gonna have to go over the corset for this and have it kind of end maybe around hereabouts. But yeah, for anyone who wants to participate or who just wants to check me out elsewhere and elsewhen, the Discord is where I'm running this contest out of. You can submit up to 3 clips, and at the end of the month, I will be watching all of them on stream, and whoever chat decides has the best clips will get the prizes. Okay. Hey.
Who this?
I'm drawing gender bender art for people. Hanging out in here? Okay. Well, thank you, Tyler. I appreciate that enthusiasm. Okay. Looks like I accidentally drew on some incorrect layers, but hey, this is all just the sketch, baby, so we're fine. Let's use this layer too, so we can get, like, the tail coming around. Have it curl up here a little bit, maybe. Yeah, I like that. First, we gotta have the stripes in it. Oh! The voice in the background for the new folks is my partner, Epitome. Sit down, son, relax.
Oh, I'm in.
Oh, how rude. Sarah from Starfinder. Okay, let's take a look at who that is. Huh. Gonna have to be a little more specific with what it is I'm looking for. Because right now I'm just seeing a bunch of the different artwork from the new sci-fi Pathfinder thing. Starfield, okay. A lot of the logo. Oh, this one I assume? Uh, hmm. Don't really have much of an indication on her about, like, personality, but kind of has, like, maybe sort of looks to me maybe like in mid to late 30s, 40s. So, uh, uh, nah, I'm gonna say not for me. I'm gonna say that's a pass. She feels a little too much like, maybe more like an older sister or cousin than someone I would consider hot. So yeah, I'm gonna go pass for that. But still, I appreciate that they allow a female character in video games to have shit like wrinkles. That's pretty cool.
That's astounding. See the new Monica trailer?
Nope.
Are you going to?
Probably not without you. Sorry, babe. Besides, I would never take away your chance at having my seeing my trailer virginity broken.
Don't like it. Oh.
Well, I mean, I wish I could call it something better, but unfortunately, that's what it is. So we're both disappointed. Thanks, it's cool. That's one of your favorite mod authors for Skyrim that got hired and worked on the game. Cool. I mean, I feel like that's a very natural feeling pipeline for Bethesda because they always struck me as the kind of game devs that they put out a very inspirational kind of first draft of a game, and then they're just sort of like, okay, modders, you know what to do. Finish the game. Make it better. Make it not glitchy and stuff. And the modders say, alright, Bethesda, just this once, just this one more time. And it's always just the one more time. They'll never be free. Never. Okay. I think these are solid enough that I can start going to the line art phase here. Why we all use the unofficial insert Bethesda game here. Bethesda, it kind of just doesn't work, but people still seem to want to play it anyway, so hey, we're not complaining. Bethesda. Hmm. All right, so I'm gonna take a quick little bathroom break. When I get back, we're gonna start lining this. And yeah, I'm gonna wait until I have all of the things lined at least before I decide to potentially go further with any, though, to be fair. Make sure I get baseline done. Anyway, yeah, be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm making pretty good pace with things so far, at least, with how I usually draw, though, so that's nice. Oh god, double cow! Hey, Turkey. How's it going? Like, I still gotta fix some things, but that's to be expected. How you doing? Ended up accidentally putting some of that on there, so let's just eating chips you didn't know were spicy and now dying. Oh no! Well, on the bright side, congratulations. That puts you at 1/3 of how to be a modern woman. Now you just need to be bisexual and lie. And those are both pretty easy. There. Yeah, maybe we do some kind of like these purples. Do that for the hair. Epitome picked up where I left off. Get you a man who picks up where you leave off on singing video game themes. So what you up to today, Turkey? Got anything planned for today, for this week? Taking it easy until Thursday. Oh, is Thursday something special? Ah. I hope that goes well. Right now, outside of this week, which has at least one stream that I'm kind of nervous about, I am largely free, and then I'm gonna be taking, I think, most of next week off. Oh, I mean, if we're gonna be doing day trips and such.
Well, I didn't expect a day trip every day.
That's fair. I'm gonna be taking probably still the majority of days off, though.
Okay.
Like, for the stuff that we're doing. Because Epitome has a very rare PTO for vacationing that we are gonna try and take advantage of while we still can. I know so far one of the things we're going to do is go to King Richard's Fair, which is a local, or regional at least, Renaissance fair. And I've never been to a Renaissance fair before, so I'm optimistic. I'm looking forwards to that. We're still trying to think of some other day trips to do. We might go to the beach for one of the days. We don't know yet.
What are you?
Really? You'll love it? Oh? Have you gone to it before?
Totoro, what are you doing? What are you playing?
Uh-oh. It looks like the end of a cord. Like a plug-in cord.
Fun. Not necessary. It's necessary. Are you being friendly?
I mean, you've been to one or two smaller ones that were bleh, but still fun. Ah, okay. One thing I do need to do, though, is either find something in my wardrobe that feels like it'll fit, or,
Rent a costume.
yep, that's the other option, or rent a costume.
That's the option I'm going with.
I'm happy I got all my costumes down from New Jersey so you can wear them. Oh, what kind of costumes? Oh, by the way, uh, I put it in the title of the stream, but I spent all of yesterday trying to refinagle some new alerts for when people do stuff on stream. And I also retooled a couple of the redeems so that hopefully they'll be a little more fun to watch, you know? If anyone wants to test those out, the affected ones are Beant, the feral and gremlin forms, and pretty much anything that gives like an announcement on stream. I ended up getting really ambitious and added something special to happen if I ended up spending, I think, like over an hour, maybe hour and a half, trying to get all of the. Oh, hold on. That work? I think I have this set up at least. I hope I do. I don't know if I need to have this included in. Yes. Clear that real quick. But one of the things that I spent so long on was designing alerts for. Let's see. I think I use 1920 by 1080. Yeah. Designing alerts for the gosh. Oh, apparently I scaled things really wrong, so.
Abracazemlin,
Oh.
you are a little gremlin.
Alright. This'll take a little bit, but. Hello.
Abracabormal. Go back to normal.
I forgot to change the timer on it. Oh gosh, let me refund those points.
What timer? How long is it?
30 minutes. Figures that's the thing that I forget to return. There we go. Means I probably also need to make sure that, okay, no, that one's set at least. All right, so you know what? Since you did spend the points, though, I am still gonna switch over. Boop, boop, boop. Only trouble is it doesn't look like, because I don't have scenes set up for these props, I don't get to have them for this one too, so that's something I'll have to load in real quick. Oh, rats, we're rats, we're the rats. We pray at night, we stalk at night, we're the rats. I'm the giant rat that makes all of the rules. Let's see what kind of trouble we can get ourselves into. Okay. This is apparently also becoming the me testing shit out setup. Well, thank y'all for helping me troubleshoot, I guess. I appreciate it. Hey Mooney, how's it going?
Watch.
What?
Hold the break. But also like
Oh, okay. Here we go. You're very full of gay feelings. Nice. Or, sorry, full of very gay feelings. Nice. Whose gender are we bending today? We're working on, hopefully, at least 2, if I'm able to keep my pace. But we're starting off, we're doing these in chronological order, so I'm starting off with Cheshire Jacks, which means Cheshire Jackies, I guess? Pretty simple change. Jack's already IMO, a fairly gender-neutral name, so... But yeah, I spent the whole day working on alerts for a whole bunch of things. So we've got new alerts for subscriptions. We've got new alerts for... yeah. We got new alerts for... of course, now I need to adjust everything since it turns out that I was using the wrong preview for this. Sorry, it's just like, now that I have the alerts and they're activated, if these do show up, I have to make sure that they're actually gonna be, like, seeable, you know? So I gotta take care of this real quick. Okay, that one actually still works pretty well. You have a follow command. I think so? Let me see. Oh, yeah, there you go. 2 years, 4 months, 28 days, and 23 hours. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate it. Okay, yeah, so I just retuned them. They should work totally fine now. I have them set up for follows, for different variations of subscriptions, gift subs, raids, and hype trains. I don't really expect to use a lot of those very often, but I figure it's better to have things kind of prepared, I guess, for it, if it does happen. Also, hey, Niji. You only missed, like, 4 to 5 months of subbing? Oh. Well, no one honestly has to spend any amount of money. I appreciate and am flattered when people do, but, it is never a requirement. I'm still, fortunately, in a position where I do not have to do this as a full-time, like, super profitable career. But yeah, any kind of support, whether it be missions, donations, subs, bits, or whether it be things like just hanging out, saying hi, sharing my channel with people that you think would enjoy it. Those are all very helpful. To do this full-time, I would need to make literally like 500 a week, absolute minimum. Yeah, that doesn't sound feasible for us. Like, you're a pretty good streamer, Turkey. You pull in, I would consider it by my scale, some like pretty solid view counts on an average stream basis, but I still think that would be a little much for, like, our level. Honestly, though, I think you might be able to reach that before I do. Fingers crossed that neither of us have to rely on streaming as a livelihood, but... I don't really get many subs, but I'm okay with it. Just happy to stream. Never thought I would love it so much when I first tried. It just makes me happy. I'm glad. I feel that way too. Like, it's for me at the point where, like, if I'm not able to stream for a long period of time, I just, like, actually get really sad about it. It's like, I don't want to get too parasocial with this, but I'll admit that, like, a lot of my daily socialization serotonin comes from doing streams because, like, I cannot legally drive, and even if I could, we don't have a second car. And also, like, Epitome works full-time, which I am very grateful for him to do, but I definitely end up getting a lot of my people energy from doing this. I think I've said before that I really didn't have anything I enjoyed much before, anymore before I started. It literally changed me for the better when I started. I prefer it as a hobby too, so I don't really mind the lack of subs. I'm way too anxious to drive, and I live in a really small village. Yeah, like, I was able to, when I did study for my learner's permit, which, I mean, I took lessons, I was able to handle street traffic and, like, small, not actually highway traffic. But I have such a scattered attention span, I was always terrified of trying to apply that on an open freeway. I'm sure that if my life literally depended on my attention span, like, you know, I was driving a car on a freeway, I would be better at it, but it's still also a lot. Also, I totally feel you there. I totally feel you there, Turkey. I did not realize how kind of directionless I was in life until I started VTubing and streaming and realized how much, like, just happier I was. Like, how I had something that I looked forwards to starting up doing again after I went to bed and, like, made me feel excited to get up in the morning. Like, it's just night and day before and after I started streaming. Oh, hey, Geronimo. Welcome, welcome. This model is absolutely adorable. Thank you. This was a gift model from a friend of the channel, Hemlock. I like being silly and people laughing at it. Yeah. Moved from a very heavily populated area to now a very, very small town. More scared to drive here than city area. I was Cat Turkey yesterday on stream. I saw that. I wasn't able to tune in, but how did it go? Stray was one of those games where I was not expecting to feel as much emotional investment in a silly little guy character as I ended up feeling. And oh boy, that ending got me. And yes, Geronimo, it is Chesh. I'm trying to... So one thing I set up as we went into this project is I don't think I'm going to be able to do all of these equally. Like, some of them, I just don't really have as much inspiration to work off of, and it's going to... I'm going to try and at least start everyone off on equal footing, with everyone getting at least a lined artwork. From there, we'll see how I feel. Like, there's a couple that I already know. Oh, this one I have ideas for. Or there will be ones where it's like, okay, I mean, I'm gonna try and do these in chronological order of when I received the request, but I also am gonna try to, like, the ones that are for people that do end up just showing up to hang out during stream, I'm definitely, even if I don't necessarily intend to, gonna put more, like, oomph, more effort into those ones. Haven't missed you bending my gender. No, don't worry, Niji. I still have a lot to go through, and as y'all can see, I'm still working on my first one here, Cheshire Jackie, and she is taken up so far about 2.5 hours. But I mean, that's 2.5 hours where I'm now on the line art, which for now at least is going to be the end goal of this initial effort. Like, I want to get everyone to have line art first. Once I get to that point, then I'll potentially start coming back and like, okay, I've got ideas for this. I'm gonna do blah blah blah. After I do line art, I'll see how long that takes, then I'll consider going back in for like colors and shading and stuff like that. She's fabulous. Thank you. Honestly, I didn't really have to change that much. Like, for the actual cat form, that one was already difficult because I didn't really notice from the reference that Jack has terrible yaoi hands. So I had... that sent me for a loop. But overall, the major differences with cats is just they've got a thinner face, they're overall smaller, and honestly, that's the main difference. So we're still going to add some shagginess to it, but that's that done. So most of the effort was put into redesigning the human part of the artwork, and I think it came out pretty well. I really didn't have to change much of anything for the face or the hairstyle. I did change it up a little bit. I'm giving Jackie an undercut with like this... I really like seeing those undercuts where there's like this one little lock that still goes in front over your ear. I think that's a fantastic look. The glasses were a little too angular, so I changed them up to be more rounded, and I made them cat's eye glasses because, I mean, come on. I was given this golden opportunity for the pun. I can't not make it. And shifted around the clothing style, brought the button up to the front, made it kind of like a little bolero jacket, brought the vest down in, made it more of a corset, and yeah. All in all, pretty straightforward. Cheshire Jackie. Gosh. These curves always get me, though. And the best part is, as Cheshire Cats are Cheshire Cats, I don't even have to draw the entire cat. Which is good, because my life model for cats will not stay still in convenient enough poses for me to draw from that. So how are you doing today, Geronimo? And you too, Nietzsche. I don't think I checked in with either of you yet. Okay, there we go. Now we're connecting points on a line. Also, Epitome was hanging out in here, and he has now fully fallen asleep. I can hear him softly snoring in the background. He's a sleepy boy. Mark it right at the end. Which she did the same yesterday, but she was with you on stream. You had to wake her up to mute her so no one heard the snore. Well, I'm kind of curious now. Let me know if any of y'all hear the snoring. It's sort of faint right now, but never know. You have returned from assembling your girl dinner to being transformed. Yep. I think I still have a little more time left on this transformation. I'm curious what a girl dinner exactly is. Is it just like, here's my mac and cheese, but I am also like boofing estrogen pills through this? A meal typically consists of snacks, side dishes, and small portions. Okay. I understand that. I'm curious, though, what exactly a girl dinner is. Like, what makes it specifically girl? Other than, I guess, someone femme eating it? This sad music is just reminding me of, I was watching Geronimo last night, and I managed to tune in exactly as she got to, I would say, the saddest part of Resident Evil 2 remake. Like, when I saw that she had started playing the game for stream, I was already a little worried because she's a mom, and there is a very sad scene in that game if you have like any kind of parent feels. Glad to see she's pulled through though. This, there we go. Just to, oh, it's called a girl dinner because I guess femme presenting people do it most. Interesting. I will have to look into this. Which reminds me, Epitome still has some leftovers that I will be having for dinner. Gonna make sure of that because I don't want those leftovers to go to waste. But I'll need to whip something real light up for myself. We'll figure that out when we get there. I should take care of the hair for now. Gotta cook actual food when Milk gets home, though. You're doing coffee with maple marshmallows, a coffee crisp chocolate bar because you don't eat a lot of regular chocolate, a mini charcuterie board, or sorry, charcuterie board, and cream cheese. Well, it sounds like you've got all the basic food groups covered, so that's pretty good. Sketch turned out great, by the way. I'm pumped for the final result, especially for the cat mode version. It's gonna be interesting. I can say that much for sure. You know, I rarely actually draw in this kind of, like, simplified anime style. I should really try drawing a little more realistically every now and then like this. It's a fun change of pace. Okay. See, how heavy do I want to go? Makeup. I don't think I want to go too heavy. Keep it relatively simple, just a couple of things, because again, that's a lot of fine detail that can be lost. I just did it again. It's one of my favorite things that I've noticed I do. I will be talking way more internally than I am externally, and as a consequence, I'll say things in my brain that I don't actually say out loud, but I'll still then talk about things I previously said in my brain as if I had said them out loud. Like how that's more fine detail to lose. You know, that thing that I definitely said out loud prior to that point in conversation, and definitely didn't just think to myself. Boy howdy, if I do all of these on stream, that means I'm probably going to be looking at, like, next several, not even several weeks, next probably several months worth of art streams. Might have to either lower standards or simplify my goal. I guess is part of the reason why I'm starting off just doing line arts for these, and then coming back later, hopefully, for color. Or I might end up just, you know, ending and doing all of these in full color with shading, because I have no self-control. We'll find out, I guess. We'll find out. Let's see, how do I want this to overlap? I think we maybe go a layer beneath this. Mm. I think line art would be fine, then do the colored of the ones you particularly like off stream. That may end up being what I do. Of course, not all of them are going to be equally complex either. Like, there's another one that's literally just a cat, not anthropomorphized at all, which, I mean, that's basically just going to be draw this cat again, but smaller, because of how cats work. So I imagine that one, at least, won't take me nearly as long. Let's see, maybe some light eyeshadow and lip. I think that's probably good. want to use for the lip color. Well, since there's a lot of blues and purples here, maybe we do a red so we get the same kind of like purple red effect as we get there. Ooh, that's a good red for makeup colors. Real strong red. A powerful red. A red that you could take home to meet the folks. I don't really draw nearly enough lips. I should fix that. Yeah, that looks right. So let's see how this looks. I'll probably need to dull the red a little bit. Maybe like 60, 70-ish %. Or darker ones. I think I also will probably want to do a little more detail on the ones, again, for people that show up in stream. Nice, nice. Yeah. I'm probably still gonna feel the perfectionist urge to do everything in full color shading eventually, though. Because I have difficulty doing anything half measure. Yeah, we got real squid hours here, y'all. You know, the wild thing is, I own Splatoon 3, and I don't think I've ever actually played it. It's not that I don't want to, it's just, it doesn't feel like the kind of game that I would enjoy nearly as much without people that I actually know to actively play with. And at this point, the people that I do know that played it have, the game's been out for so long that I worry, like, okay, I can't ask them now to, like, play with me and teach me how to play because I missed the boat. Wouldn't hurt to ask anyway, even if they just sit and watch for a bit to teach you. I suppose so. Do you play the game particularly much? As that track is done. Also, I think it's been about long enough. There. There we go. Didn't get into the second and third ones as much, but you live for the soundtrack. Oh yeah, they clearly put a ton of love and effort into those, and I appreciate that. I'm a little sad because I feel like a lot of that energy in video game generations past would have gotten put into some of my favorite projects like Animal Crossing games, but you know what? I'm just happy that someone is making these fresh, vibrant feeling games. Even if they're not necessarily the ones that I would hope for. Feel the same way with Baldur's Gate 3. You bought it, haven't played it yet, and now you're too afraid to ask if anyone wants to play. And you don't know if it is something you can stream because of the length of the game and just how long it has been out. I mean, if it's something that you're interested in playing, I'm sure you'll find people that want to see it. I have played and streamed some games that are very niche, that I have still managed to find people who actively want to watch. Oh hey, Hey, Rocky. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Did you come here to get your bender, gent? One of the best games ever is I Am Fish. You did have some pretty good times with that one, I remember. Not necessarily. Okay. Well, how you doing, Rock? Just tune in for no reason other than tuning in. Well, I appreciate that. Hope you're having a pretty good day. Your first ever out of context clip was from that made by you. Was it? Damn. Well, I'm happy to help. Clipping is honestly, IMO, a very strong way to help out streamers totally for free. Because you know what I never have the energy to do? Go back in my own VODs to find things that I would clip. Which, not the greatest strategy for long-term growth, I'll admit. Just let clips be summoned from your streams, even though some of them are wild. Honestly, I think, without a doubt, the thing I have the most trouble with as a content creator is self-promotion and connecting with people for that stuff, and clips are definitely a great way to reach out. I'm also such just like a painfully shy person though sometimes. That's like, yeah, I would honestly love to just talk about things with people in Discords for hours on end, but I don't usually do that because I am too shy to try and start a conversation. It turns out I ended up growing up to be someone who's very extroverted and outgoing, but just doesn't actually have the social skills to do it very often or very easily. Oh. Found it titled Baby's First Innuendo Out of Context. I'm so proud. Well, it's true, I was. Yeah, I think this is a solid shape for a cat's eye. Oh. For a cat's eye. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Reviewers like to torture you by playing your own clips randomly on stream. Your best friend Maud will come by, play the most embarrassing clip, and then go back to sleep. Interesting. How do you have that set up? I'd probably try and set it up so I can have some of my own clips shown too. That could be useful. Ooh, excuse me. And again, not to make everything too much, oh, this is absolutely a gender thing, but like, I think part of my struggle with socialization is also very much a gender thing. Because now that I actually have like kind of, you know, a version of myself that I like, it's surprisingly so much easier to want to like take the initiative and hang out with people. Amazing, I know. Being a version of yourself that you like makes it easier to enjoy spending time with others too. Oh. You have a shout-out clip browser source set to whenever anyone is shouted out. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I had that a while back. I'll have to think about having that again. Oh. Another thing, unrelated, but I'm kind of really curious to hear what people's answers are. Chat, if you could remake any one movie where everyone except one person in the movie is replaced by a Muppet, what movie would you pick? And who would be the one character that is still human? For me, I think it would make seeing Oppenheimer like way more palatable for me if I could just replace everyone but Cillian Murphy with a Muppet. And if a side effect of that is I get to see in graphic detail Cillian Murphy boning down on a Muppet, well, I mean, what a terrible loss that would be, right? Oh, darn it. The new alert didn't go off. Come on, alerts. What are you doing? Well, welcome, welcome. Hey, how you doing? Glad to have you. If you are new here, hi. My name is Beatrix Bunny. I'm a taxidermy jackalope brought to life by the power of love and slightly mad science. I do variety streams with a focus on roguelikes, digital artwork, and tabletop RPGs, so if you're interested in any of that stuff, I hope you'll stick around. It's my co-host, channel mascot Francisco. And today we are doing a whole bunch of drawing very slowly. We are working on some gender bender artwork requests from VTubers that I got from Twitter, and we're gonna very slowly get through them. We will eventually get through them. Oh boy, we will eventually get through them. But for now, we're taking it slow, as I need to. And I've been having a chance to hang out with a whole bunch of lovely people. So what were you up to today, Luxie? Hey, Belgian, I'm doing pretty well. Oh, also, an important question for everyone who just came in with the raid. You are tasked with, taking one particular movie, any live action movie, but you have to replace all of the cast except for one character with Muppets. What movie do you pick, and who's the one character that stays human? For me, I think it would make watching Oppenheimer way more enjoyable, so I'm doing Oppenheimer, replacing everyone but Cillian Murphy with Muppets. I'd do that to the movie Mandy. Nicolas Cage wouldn't be a Muppet. That's fair. Nicolas Cage is kind of already a Muppet himself, so, you know, makes sense. Oh, hello, Octavia. It's nice to meet you. Part of the unofficial Luxie D&D raid. Ah, so that's what you're doing. Absolutely the Bee Movie or Shrek. Be Larry King or Vanessa Bloom, the human woman, can stay as themselves for Bee Movie, and Lord Farquaad for Shrek. Yeah, that seems like it would track pretty well. The Lord of the Rings and only Aragorn stays. Look, Legolas, what do you see with your Muppet eyes? Also, apparently, my alerts are very much not working, so I'm gonna have to figure something else out. Let me see if it even, like, functions. I don't see anything. Okay, well, I guess I'll need to figure all this out again. Have you ever heard of the movie Mandy? Kind of? I don't recall, though, from, like... I don't recall from the, name alone. Now, why isn't this working, though? Okay, so I mean, I have this. And it should be set up. I don't know why it's not actually showing me it. Oh. I think that's Willy's Wonderland, that one's called. It's a horror movie about a guy whose girlfriend gets killed by a cult leader, and the boyfriend goes on a rampage of revenge. Sounds pretty solid. browser source just not work? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. Oh well, we'll figure something out. Yes, right alert, but nothing happened. Gonna have to have a strong word with Mr. Twitch. So what exactly were you doing? I know that, or I saw that you were playing D&D, but what are you up to in D&D? In D&D? Oh gosh, I can talk, I swear. We are doing these in chronological order. So we are starting off with the first person who responded, not Calico Jack, Cheshire Jack. We're doing a little Cheshire Jackie. Oh, that's alright. You don't need to apologize for anything. Again, I'm just happy that folks decide to hang out. Like, no one is ever obligated to spend time in here, so, you know, it's always really nice when people decide to. No need to work harder if you can work smarter. So does anyone know, is Luxie still doing that D&D in like a modded Minecraft setting? I remember seeing that a while ago and thought that was pretty cool. That was the D&D she did today? Nice! So what's going on in that D&D campaign? I don't think I've actually managed to see any of it yet. I could also just, like, ignore all of this, too. Why don't I do that instead, actually? Keep it simple, B. Keep it simple, silly. Okay. Alright, so I guess let's start from the beginning. What's the premise of this campaign? What are they doing? That's better. When in doubt, keep it simple. There have been fights against goblins, the search for a cat, and much more. Honestly advise watching the VODs. Alright, I'll have to check it out then. So, Jack has a fairly square jaw. We're gonna round that out a little bit into more of a oval kind of shape. So I fear I have to turn in for the night as I have an early shift tomorrow. Hey, no problem. What are you turning into, by the way? I'm curious. But I hope you sleep well, have sweet dreams, and I'll see you around. Thanks for stopping by. Turning into despair? Uh-oh, that doesn't sound very fun. Thank you for the save, Link. How you doing? I'm doing pretty well, thanks. Just hanging out, very slowly drawing through a pretty large queue that I've got. These angles can always get me. I swear. But yeah, I'm doing pretty well today. I think this is gonna end up being a art project that I'll be working on for quite a while to come, but you know what? I feel okay about that. What about you? How you doing today? Like we're working with kind of pale brown eyes. Make sure I get those before. Yeah. Really pleased with how the shape of Jackie's eyes turned out. I was trying to go for sort of don't know if hooded is the right word, but a droopy kind of eye shape. I think I really nailed it. Yeah, that's good. Boop, 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 boop. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Ooh. Ooh, doo, doo, doo. Ah-doo-doo-doo. Hey, Pika. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing pretty well, thanks. I been spending today working on these so far, and so far, so goody. Yep. Gosh, come on. Oh my gosh, that's right. That would have been your first experience seeing that. I'm so sorry you had to see such excessive violence on stream, Mel. What about you, Pika? Well, I'm still having a pretty good day. I hope all of y'all are too. There we go. And boop, 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 boop. That looks about right. Yeah, probably 8. Close. Yeah. Just about right. Nope. Way bigger than that. Okay. There we go. Thanks for the boop. Filling in the holes on the eyes. It's really important for me to do. Well, at this rate, I might have one and some change on a second done today, but no guarantees. Start getting to work on clothing next. Just checking. Quick. Yeah, it's a little weird of a song, I gotta say. Also still baffled why the alerts aren't working. Oh well. I'll figure it out eventually. Or I won't. That's the other possibility, I suppose. I'm gonna start making up. Ow. Thank you for the hydrate. Hey, Witzer. Just a little, okay. Well, just a little. Hello. Hello. Hope you're having a good day. No problem. Think fast chuckle nuts throws carrot flashbang. Oh, good. Oh gosh, it's a good thing I'm not a carrot, otherwise I would have been flashbanged. How you doing today, huh? On a sudden let you just get slapped with a carrot egg. Wow, rude. Mm. And how you doing, Hunter? Man, doing this exercise is just reminding me how slow of a sketcher I am. Alright. We still have a while yet to go, but just want to take the time now to say thank you all for folks who decided to check out the stream for the first time today. I appreciate the company. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Well, thank you for the save from the hydrate and the posture check. Okay, doing a little bit of everything. What you wowing about? Silly goof. You're wowing me. You certainly are. You're very impressive. Take that. Compliment reversal jutsu. So much chill vibe emanating from you. Hanging out here is very fun, especially while doing other lame computer stuff. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Unfortunately, a lot of computer stuff is lame computer stuff for me because I don't know how these strange, scary boxes filled with magic smart rocks and sand work. And at this point, I don't think I want to start knowing, because that sounds scary. You know, hell, I might as well shoot my shot on this while I remember to make this joke. Hey, also, if anyone ends up really enjoying what you see here today and wants to have a model made out of your Bender Gent artwork, then hit me up, because commissions are... Oh, ah! Commissions are open. I mean, with, like, people messing around and experimenting with alternate presentation, not to mention just, like, people that mess around with, like, those voice filters that are so popular. It's not too far-fetched. I do have at least one commission that I would need to still prioritize over anything that came out of this fun little side challenge, but still. There's one thing this is reminding me, it's that, hey, I like drawing TG stuff. Turns out that has not changed since I was a little baby egg. That's of course egg in the gender sense. Jackalopes, even artificial ones like me, we don't really lay eggs. The Easter Bunny is an outlier and should never have been counted. I thought you meant you came from an egg and you were very confused, but very interested. Well then, good to know. I gotta bone down real hard on this section. Having made corsets before, this is certainly the most important part. Matrix is a product of, I hope, mana. I mean, I know that there were at least like 6 or so donor bodies that were involved in the process, but you can stick with mana if you want. I'm not gonna stop you. What did I say that you wouldn't be able to sleep over? I mean, you can see the patchwork parts on me. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, yeah, the skin is a little red. That's rare. Oh no. No, I could hear you, but I'm pretty sure chat couldn't. Feeling better? I'm glad. After stream tonight, we'll talk more about what to do for next week. You still have leftover fried chicken and leftover pasta. You good with that tonight?
Yep. Nothing under.
Not sure what I'm gonna do for dinner tonight, but I'll probably figure something out. I was exploded, imploded into existence. Bee's way into life sounds much more pleasant in comparison. According to not yet written, super totally secret lore, you were born from the aftermath of a supernova, and your eye is the planetary core that formed, and everything around your eye is just space dust. You have amnesia. I guess depending on if you have Amnesia the dating sim or Amnesia the Dark Descent, those, or I guess Amnesia the Pokemon move, those would be 3 radically different experiences. But congrats on being a moon. That's pretty cool. But yeah, my origin story is when a mama bun and a papa deer love each other very much but are biologically incompatible, then you find a mad scientist that has a lot of spare parts, and you work together to make a baby. I should. And then my stream collaborator slash definitely not just me with a different model and a funny voice, Griselda's backstory lore is she was just an office worker that didn't want to end up with no social life like her aunt, and took up streaming to help with that. Speaking of, I do actually have plans to help her out with some streams coming soon. Might even do that as soon as, well, probably the week after next, since next week is going to largely be a vacation. I have a question regarding this information. Are the parents anthro, or are they a realistic bunny and deer? Were you created anthro? I don't know why I have these questions. You have those questions because you're a curious individual. And curiosity can be good. More so Anthro, though in the official storybook adaptations, illustrations, they were basically like, well, slightly less Anthro, I would say.
Beatrix Potter.
Yeah. I may have to take a pause from work to have dinner soon. But I don't want to lose too much time, because I want to make sure I can get at least one of these drawn today. Part of this exercise, after all, is me just trying to improve my speed. Don't gotta go perfect, but I would like to go fast. Been alert for a while, so you can get some cleaning and cooking done. Nice, nice. I'll be back if you haven't finished for the day already. Oh, no, like, normally, I don't know what time zone you're in, but normally I stream to around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, so I still got a little less than 2 hours left. Okay, that basically takes care of all of the line art for Human Jackie. So next up we're going to be doing the line art for Cat. Wait, you were made as a baby and grew? Or a maid fully grown? I was made as a baby and grew. I did not spring from the ether fully formed. You know, I started off, like, I'm technically undead, but in the same way that a Frankenstein's Bella is technically undead. Like, you're made of dead parts, sure, but, like, you still grow and develop and change like a normal living being. Yeah?
Is the cat...
The cat is turning female.
Okay.
Yeah, so narrower face,
Narrower
smaller
face.
profile.
I was gonna ask for
More floof?
cheek.
Teeth.
Cheek.
Cheek. Ah. No cheek for you. Yep, I imagine that in the little... Not the cradle, but the little... dolly that they have newborns in, there was a sticker on mine that said 100% recycled materials. A very eco-conscious existence.
Are very... Very eco.
That's true. Alright. We are going to add a little bit of floof here, but this is going to stick to the basic outline. I don't know why Jack decided to give his model just full-ass human hands instead of cat paws. But you know what? I respect it. I don't like it, personally, from a comfort standpoint, but I gotta respect it. It's a solid design choice still. And fortunately for this part, at least, most of this is going to be pretty symmetrical, so I can save a little bit of time using the symmetry tool. You know, something that I should do sometime for myself as well? I should, like, as like a trans exercise, like a trans fulfillment thing, I should draw a gender bender version of myself. Like, in a very, like, sort of self-realized way, though, you know? Like, I could just draw a picture of how I looked a few years ago, but I'm thinking more like, this is how me currently would imagine, like, a version of me who is, like, comfortable in masculine-leaning things, you know? I don't know, it just feels like an interesting thought exercise to me. Guess we gotta get through these big ol' lynx ears. Gonna have to clean these up, obviously. Can't have messy ears on a kitty. No, no, no. Not allowed.
Oh, what?
No, no, no. Have you seen our son's ears?
Yeah, they're messy. Doesn't let me clean.
Okay, point taken.
They're meant to be in a dish.
Serve a little more correct. This has also been nice. I like spending this sort of parallel play experience with you, Han. And it looks like we finally figured out a way that you're able to hang out in here without being caught on film. The boy? There's the boy. Is the boy hungry? Fair.
They also is thorough, is it raining?
Is it? Oh, our beautiful himbo son is trying to push his entire face through the hanging blinds on the window. Unsuccessfully. I love our dumb cat son.
I love my dumb. Hey, son.
He found a position he's satisfied with now. Vendors some genders? Oh boy. Damn it, I should have said oh girl. You're good either way. And hey, Terrace, how's it going? Woke up at 6:30 a.m., drove for 4 hours. Oof. Had to take your wife to a doctor's appointment that did basically nothing. Huh? Well, hopefully that was a good basically nothing. Like, something came back negative rather than a bad nothing. Ate lunch, then drove back. Wife has a gastro. Oh. Well, I hope that you're able to find treatment for that sooner rather than later. That sounds like a real nasty sort of thing to have to deal with. We can have a little bit of cheek floof here, but not too much. Is that literally like one of the only gendered differences I can do for kitty cats? Mostly because I'm not gonna have Twitch on my butt for doing NSFW stuff when that NSFW stuff is like drawing biologically accurate cat bits. I gotta go broader. That is kind of what I'm making this cat. That's, yeah, now we're getting somewhere. That you were the boy. Uh-oh.
You trying to not?
Ugh. Our son is turned to crime again. Biologically accurate cat bits would be a hilarious username, though. It would be pretty good. Does it fit? I have no idea how long you can actually make those things. Eh.
Draw a cat ball. Get the cat ball.
You want me to draw cat balls?
I'm saying you might be.
Uh, 28. Wow. That is a pretty long username. Yeah, you could definitely fit that in there then. Not planning on rebranding as biologically accurate cat balls, but interesting to know. There we go, we got our basic head shape. Let's do some eyes. Around 7 point? Yeah, 7 point feels about right. You know, something I've always wondered, and maybe I might be able to find an answer. Hmm? Aw. One thing I've wondered is when a Cyclops puts on mascara, which way do they do the eyeliner? Or for that matter, like, when a Cyclops cries, which is pretty sad, admittedly, but when a Cyclops cries, where do tears come out of?
Both sides.
My partner says both sides, so you think that they have tear ducts at both ends?
Yeah.
Tyrus agrees with you. Double ducted? Oh, that makes 3. But then, what do you do for the eye makeup is the other question. Which way do the mascara go?
You're thinking about this in a two-eyed world. This is a person with...
Yeah?
So they would probably do it a different way with Kevin.
Okay, that still doesn't answer the question, though. It goes yes. Uh-huh. I see. Also, missed ignore your pun dad joke. Let's see. I agree with them. That would make the moist sense. Okay. You slipped it in there so well that I just hardly noticed. double-sided mascara. So what does that look like? That's the double duck difference. Yeah, it sure is. Epitome is grinding for a shiny roly-poly. Can we get a prayer circle going for his roly-poly? Good vibes sent over for it. Absurd Bird is sending energy for you. It's like, take the outside of what you'd do with the mascara and mirror it. Okay, that makes enough sense.
Hello?
What the frick? It's a very interesting experience. Listening to, like, smooth listening music made for a video game to teach English as a second language. Smooth listening, you're a smooth brain. Oh, agreed. Normal is relative. I'm just saying, like, I've never heard someone teach this sort of thing through this kind of music before. It's a very surreal feeling. I also was really not prepared for it amidst all of the video game music to just hear, oh, okay, I guess we're doing this now. Which means normal is a social construct, which means you can deconstruct it. What are you going to use the parts you get from deconstructing normal to do? I would probably...
Make a fighting robot.
A fighting robot would be pretty good. I don't know if I can top that. Make a sitting robot. You know what? Make a cool hat. Also very good. You know, I'm pretty sure I could make it into something that our cat son would love to sit in or on. He loves sitting on trash. Or in trash. It's kind of a problem, really. Because it's impossible to really shop for him, since nothing will ever please him as much as the box it comes in.
Including his food.
Also, hey J-Deggy, how's it going? Make a box cave? Ooh. Now you might be cooking with boxes, I guess. How you doing today, J-Deggy? Not gonna lie, y'all. I'm a little bummed that after spending so long yesterday tinkering with it, I wasn't able to get my alerts functioning today. Or rather, that they're suddenly just non-functional, so... I'm hoping by tomorrow I will have, something that works for y'all. It's your eve off before day off? So... is it a night that you have off? Or I can't remember. I think you work during the day? I know I don't really... I'm trying to not do makeup as, like, a signifier of gender for animals, but it's a cat's eye on a cat's eye. I can't not.
Totoro.
Yes, Totoro is in here with me, as is Hitomi.
Hello.
Goblin voice. The boy! Yep, the boy is here. And so is Totoro.
The boys are in the yard.
The boys have returned to the yard. Nature is healing. J-Deggy says hi.
Hi.
Nature is healing. Them boys into yard. Question? Hopefully I have an answer. What's your question? Okay. What's better for a first date? Axe throwing or an escape room?
Escape room.
Oh, that's tough, actually. You heard Epitome says escape room, but I'm not totally sure, because here's the thing about doing an escape room for a first date. Depending on how competitive you or the other person are, it could very easily end up being just we are shouting at each other.
And then that means you're not compatible and you don't need a second date.
I don't know about that. I feel like axe throwing personally is the one that I would recommend because it's not as emotionally charged as at least every escape room I've experienced has ended up being. I will say I do think for like a good chunk of time after that I did like Your Mother's less.
Really?
Because of the escape room. I got better about it, but... let's see... we'd sign up for the very easy room, of course. Okay.
Okay, so that makes it a little better.
Yeah. You've never escaped an escape room before. Ooh.
Ooh.
Well, is that out of a lack of trying escape rooms, or because you have tried them, but you're just not very good at them? Either way, that gives me an idea, because I did pick up a while back this game, which is an escape room simulator, so maybe...
Something I can get.
Yeah, it's on Steam. So maybe that's something I'll have to do this week. After the ordeal of trying the horror game demo on Wednesday, I will be doing self-care, so maybe that's what we'll do for self-care, y'all. Depending on the size of the room, I might even be able to invite some of y'all in if you have the game too. You love Escape Room Sim? It's super good? Nice! Automod my nemesis. Oh, alright, let's see what we got. Let's see what we caught in the net. I called my wife a whore on our first date. We got married 4 years later.
Okay, I need context.
Alright, I think it's duo only. To elaborate, Jade Deggy, was the escape room... That was for your birthday, right?
The most recent one, yeah.
Yeah, so it was to celebrate his birthday. Unfortunately, his family has a tendency to get very intensely invested in things like escape rooms. So,
I thought the first one you've done with them, though.
Was it?
No, we had that one with the one where we had to figure out the guy's last name, and we thought it was Blanc, but it was Black, and it ended up working anyways.
Oh, yeah. I feel like that was slightly mitigated, though, because we weren't there were other people, too, you know?
Okay.
You were paying attention for the movie. You said that makes her... you were paying for the movie, and you joked that that made her your sex worker. This wasn't a blind date. We'd been talking and joking for a few months at that point. Okay. Well, I mean, I think the important thing there is you had rapport going into it. It wasn't like...
It wasn't you were calling a stranger a whore.
Yeah. Which I feel like the only reasonable way or situation you could be in for that is if your date first says, "Oh yes, I'm a whore,"
Oh
and
yes, call
then
me a whore.
and then you are simply confirming you're a whore, not out of like any particular tone of condemnation or like degradation, just like to confirm this. It's still your go-to reason. You should not give dating advice. Fair. But, you know, can we have Epitome come close to the mic?
Give me 1 second. I'm almost done with a, outbreak.
We'll see, but seems likely. But oh, what was I gonna say then? You can hear them with clarity? But if it's an easy course, and if it's someone that you're going to be going on a date with that you have, like, some level of connection to, like you've talked with them before, you know each other, then I would say you could probably risk it for an escape room. Most of the body is pretty slim after that initial oof. Bowling is a good, safe first date, I've been told. You can talk, it's usually cheap food. Wouldn't say it's bad. One of my favorite date locations, I would say, has been bookstores. Those are very good.
Hello.
Epitome has come up to the mic. Was there something you wanted to ask, JD?
With me talking in a sweet, slow voice help. If not, this position is kind of painful.
You can leave, I think.
Okay.
Oh, the escape room story again.
Okay. I think you mean the one that I was describing the first time B and I had an escape room with my parents.
The second one.
No, because I didn't have a story for that one.
Oh.
So essentially, there was a puzzle where we had to figure out a bunch of professors' last names. And they were all colors, and we ended up thinking one was... Oh, thank you. One of their last names was Blanc, French for white, or I think it's French.
Yeah.
However, it was supposed to be black, and we didn't find that out until the end. But it worked anyways. Thank you. That's about it. It was an occult library kind of thing. We had to do a demonic summoning. Yeah.
And now you know.
Oh, I need more.
There you lurk. Alright. Take care of yourself.
I had a toy.
But what if toy?
No.
Okay.
No, it's the Clara you brought from
Hmm? Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. 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 What's up? Okay. Thank you. Ah. Ah! Ow. Ah! Yep, it takes me for a spin. Oh. Really? Is that so? If you say so. Thank you for the head pat. Hey, don't be. It's fine. Oh, okay. Here we go. Alright, I'll see y'all later. It's been good. Goodbye! I'm back. Did I miss anything? Also, I hope that y'all enjoyed the... I took people's feedback on what you thought of the existing Beant, and I modified it a little bit with that in mind. I'm glad, thank you. And it's up to you, Tyrus. I don't think anyone has ever actually used that redeem yet. So you would be the first. Play the most unwanted song. Oh, when someone uses it, then people will find out.
Oh.
You've been gone all day now. Bruce is all over you. Little friend Bruce, little corgi. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Freaking superb. Hmm?
Telling you after I.
Okay. You're his person. He gets very mopey when you're not home. Oh. Oh, he sounds like a wonderful little guy. I'm glad that he has you and you has his. A little golden shadow.
Oh, did I tell you I got shiny?
Oh yeah.
Pokemon Sleep.
Rats. Yes, that was, I think, Epitome's phone. He has the bum ba bum 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 sound as one of his alerts. There we go. Calling someone your precious is so wholesome and sweet. Cute. Oh. Oh, Golem. What a card. What a little shitbird.
Bea,
Yes?
sweet Bea, will there be a day where he may yet again bathe in the warmed flames fueled by bridge? He missed out on Pittsburgh burning because I was trapped in your kitchen. I need compensation, Bea. Please. At least a small fire. Just a quick one.
First off, that's a very interesting way to learn that there was a big fire in Pittsburgh. Second of all, no. It's not my fault that you were too distracted by your lamp to actually go out and do any mothly things. You're gonna have to just deal with that one. Sometimes life's disappointing like that. At least I don't have to lock you up for telling bad jokes like some chat mascots I know. Ooh, excuse me. is what again? That's what it is. Okay. Merge that. Hide that.
Oh, come do you speak? I know bad jokes. Like this one. Where do they send bad rainbows? Prism. It's a light sentence. They also get to reflect.
I'm gonna go feed Totoro and make myself some dinner. Then when I get back, if not on stream, off stream, I am going to finish this line art, so help me. But then, when I do get back, we're going to have a conversation about those puns. Alright, anyway, BRB.
Get off of there!
BRB. Come back to work. I'm back. I got some chicken nuggies. Well, we don't really have that much time left, so I'm probably gonna continue to work through dinner. Because I would love to get at least one of these done on stream. I'm eating too, don't worry. Mhm. Maybe I'll do some of these
Hey,
for one of the community streams. Been doing those a lot more recently. I'm sure at least one of them, people might be interested in just hanging out while I do art. Would have something... Potentially, if people aren't interested in watching the art, else to watch while that's going on.
Can't people you dish out?
It's gonna be... Could you check in with Charlie?
Buddy's got the...
Totoro is running around the house in a state of post-poop clarity.
I mean, he hasn't pooped.
Oh.
Hello.
After I finish this, I'll still have to line the arms, the stripes, but then I'll basically be done with this first one at least. Might have been wiser to start with drawing the people that actually like were able to swing by for things, but I don't know. Want to make sure that I get through everyone. It's probably going to be easier to do that if I am going hit by hit from itself. Yeah, I will learn. Mm-hmm. Sorry if I'm not talking as much. I want to make sure it'll be possible that I can actually do some of this stuff. Okay, so we have just the arms left. I'm gonna quickly erase everything that's not that. I can clear up our canvas. Make this last part a little easier since I want to modify it somewhat. Mm. Okay. I think I'm going to reduce the size of the hands because they're just not quite proportional anymore. This way. Last nuggy. You'll love-hate that this is just a cat with human-ass hands. Like, it's such a simple but solid choice for making something really creepy. And having experience owning a cat, it activates a very gut feeling of dread. The idea of a cat with human hands for me. Because I know cats now. I know what they would do with those hands, and it's nothing good. Over and B. Holy fuck, I'm not a goblin. Okay. I didn't realize that was a concern. Welcome back. It's very important. Okay. Congratulations, I guess? Did you not want... I assume you didn't want to be a goblin from the sound of it, so congratulations. It's very important that you know for reasons that are not my own, if anyone asks. Okay. You have not committed war crimes. I mean, I don't see how that has to do anything. That has to do with being a goblin, but... Okay. Okay. I hope you've had a good war crime-free day, then. No one followed you? Sure. I assume. No one will chase this back to you, it's all perfect. Okay. I'm confused, but okay. Yo, aren't you? What? You have a back door, maybe a yard that opens to a. Oh no. Uh. Hmm. Well, hopefully that wasn't anything important. Oh, and Andy's gone. Okay. What a strange encounter that was. Maybe if I'm lucky, I will be joined by his twin brother instead, Ed Jiggy. Thank you, Nikki. How you doing, by the way, today, huh? Hope you're doing well. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but hopefully in the 20-odd minutes left, I can give you something to distract yourself with, at least. Walks in with tea for B made by a non-radioactive barista. Hey B, who just jumped out the window? Couldn't tell you, Zira. I'm not sure. There was some sort of plot going on, but I lost the thread. Gives me hope. Is it the War Crimes Goblin again? I think so. I wouldn't be surprised. Chat Moth is certainly something. I didn't know about the garbage, though. That's... concerning. Confusing, more so, I would say, but concerning still, too. Alright, so we got that. Now I just need to do the stripes. Yes. Just determined to get at least one of these done for the stream today. Hey, J-Deggy. Welcome back. What you got in there, AD?
Bea, sweet Bea,
Mm-hmm.
look away. This has nothing to do with you.
That makes me positive that it had something to do with me. What's going on? I don't know what this new character arc you're going on, JD, is, but I am distrustful. Yeah, this is definitely going to be one of those models that just doesn't quite look right without the full color treatment. Appreciate you, Jess. Okay. I don't know if I quite care for this new character arc at all. Can't say I'm very fond of it. Strange sense of humor, but okay. Ow. For the hydrate. And the posture check. Okay. Not really sure how we're doing this part. On this. So let's start with the tail. Honestly, for these sections, it would probably be more accurate if I did like this kind of deal. You feeling okay, J-Daggy? All jokes aside, you're being kinda a little off today. Hope you're feeling okay. Oh, okay. I'll be back. I'm back. Okay. Looks like I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be doing more of this after stream. You want to spend time today tonight, love? And let's do that first. Well, if anyone's on the server later, y'all, yeah, isn't gonna work. Y'all will be welcome to join in if you like. Probably be doing it here. It's better. Okay. I don't really know how I'm going to do this part, so I think I'm just gonna do probably more of the same. Very strange chat tonight. We'll give her kind of a boob window pattern on her. Lady faces can wear boob windows if they want. Again, I'm concerned that you have to specify that. I don't really know where this bit is going, but I'll trust you. Don't worry about it. If you wanted to blow up my house, there's easier ways to do that. Oh, okay. You hear him? Boys snoring in the room.
I have the spark plugs. Do you have the batteries, JD?
Goes down the arms too. All right, well, let me know. At this point, we're past time. Are you ready? Yeah. All right. Mm. Maybe something like... Yeah. Alright, so I'm still going to finish this officially off stream, but I'm pretty satisfied with that as a stopping point for now, at least for on-stream stuff. So yeah, here's the first of our gender bends. Cheshire Jackie. The goblins should not. Okay. Alright, yeah. Yeah. Again, I'll do cleanup work later. But for now, I'm satisfied with this. Oh, it's gonna be hard to resist not just immediately going in to try and color everything, too.
Don't do it.
Gonna try not to. I can't promise that. I can't promise that, babe. I'm not strong. Not strong in the real way. Alright, so yeah. I know nothing. I want to know nothing. Alright. So yeah. I'm gonna finish this up later.
Bea, I
Yeah?
beg of you.
What?
Do not.
Do not what?
To do the thing.
What?
You must resist. I
What?
believe in you.
I'm very confused by what this is supposed to mean. Okay. Anywho. Wrap up. Do not color. Okay, okay. Alright. What? Yeah. And what? Those and pop, pop. There we go. Oh, what the heck? What are you doing over there? Get out of here.
No.
Get out of here.
No.
Weird. Anywho. Oh boy. I'm really gonna need to fix a whole lot of shit. Don't worry, it was nothing. Alright. Thank you for the socials, Jay Deggy. The first one there is my card. If you'd like to check out all of the things that I do on different places in one fell swoop, or if you want to get in touch for commissions, use that. And we have the Discord. I'm pretty much always on, so if you would like to get to know me or any of the amazing people that are part of this community, please consider joining. I'd love to have you. Then we have you too, Turkey. Take care. And we have Twitter. For now, I still post my schedule there every Sunday and finished artworks as well. And then finally, YouTube, where I put my VODs when I remember I should put my VODs somewhere. Alright, let me see. Let's try to find someone real quick that I can toss this over to. You know, there was mentioning her in passing earlier, but let's go swing by to Disco Devil Girl. She is currently organizing some Pokemon cards and just chatting, which, you know, that sounds pretty good to me. My next stream, by the way, will be tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST. We're going to be continuing our playthrough of Coffee Talk Episode 2, so if you'd like to see more of urban fantasy, coffee shop stories, then I hope you'll swing by, because I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes. So yeah, Coffee Talk Episode 2 tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST. Hope to see you there. For now, though, let's raid. If you're coming along for the raid, here are some raid messages you can use. Anyone can use the first one, and if you have a subscription, you can use the second one too. And thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Take care of yourselves out there, okay? Love you. It's a hunk. Smooch. And take care of yourselves, like I said. Alright? Bye. Good night.